Hello, greetings, and welcome in, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. My name is Harriet Citadel, avian alien sentinel VTuber, perpetrator of creative chaos and general maker of things. And it is awesome being back here today. I hope that everyone has had a good weekend so far. Well, week. And now that Monday is here, that it will be a kind week going forward. Keith Manta, good afternoon today. How was your stream-free weekend and how was your day going today so far? Yes, stream-free weekend was busy IRL. It was really, really busy IRL. I had family over on Saturday, which was wild because it was literally the entire day. And then Sunday was just a recuperation day, and wow, that was also just mad. But Cyber Boots, hello, welcome in. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Hello. Yes. Today so far has treated me quite well, I think. I had pie for supper just now, about 10 minutes ago. I just barely managed to put my knife and fork down. But yeah, I made pie for supper today. So, that was nice. Nice chicken and mushroom pie with potatoes in it and a couple of mixed veg. A little side of rice, a little salad. Really comfy, tasty food. Good way to start the week. With nutrition and warm, comfy, cozy vibes. It's been raining cats and dogs around here, so it's been really, really nice to have something just comfy as far as the food goes. And how has everyone else's weekend treated you? That is the question. Hello. I hope that it went well for everyone. I know that I wanted to do some guerrilla streaming over the weekend, but obviously that never happened. I did manage to be a little bit productive in the sense that on Sunday I started yesterday I started doing another phase of repair work on Professor Callahan's stinger, so I've made a little bit of progress on that as well, which is also helpful. But yeah, comfy food. I had a chicken fajita wrap today. No. Ooh. I will need to look up what fajita is because I've not actually heard that term before. I will need to look that up. Let me write that down. Why? Because a good handwriting beats a bad handwriting beats a good memory every day. Here we go. What on earth is a fajita? Okay. Okay. Yeah. The one thing that I wanted to do that I never ended up getting around to was looking at music things for shorts. So that is still pending. So if I manage to find a gap somewhere in the run of this week, I might, if I'm very, very lucky, have some joy with putting things together for shorts to be able to start going live on Fridays. If I am very, very, very lucky. So we'll see what happens. But all of that aside, today is in fact a productivity day. I hope that all of you are ready for it. If you've got your own things that you are working on, we are going to be plowing through our to-do lists. And I am opening the bidding tonight with a little bit of work on Professor Callahan's stinger, so let's jump right in. And yeah, so what I have started doing is You might have noticed that I've got a couple of notes up here in this corner. And one of the big things here is that the pink hair has glitter. And I have worked with glitter on a stinger animation before. And it has a little bit of a weird requirement if I want to make it not painful. And that is having everything that's got that glitter on it in its own animation cell. So what I've been doing is I've been splitting the pink hair off. That's what I started on Sunday. Splitting the pink hair off into its own animation layer here. So that I can actually apply the glitter. So beneath this track we've got 2 glitter tracks over here. And those are on keyframed layers, so it's basically just one image full of sparkles, and they have 2 keyframes, one at the beginning of the cycle and one at the end of the cycle, and they slowly creep their way across screen in different directions. Now if I put the pink hair layer beneath that, we should now be able to see, if I zoom in, yep, okay, you should be able to see a couple of little flicks and pixels amongst the pink stuff. Now it's super subtle, but as the animation progresses, these are things that are going to move, and you'll now be able to see the glitter in the pink hair in all of the parts where it has been separated out. It's obviously more obvious where there is shading, but it's there, and that is going to be a little bit of a lifesaver in terms of trying to keep track of things. So even here we can start to see it peeking through even on those layers that I haven't yet shaded. So that is what I'm currently busy doing, is separating out the pinks on these. I believe I am currently on layer 17 is the next one that I need to do. Or frame 17 is the next one that I need to separate the pink out on. And I'm pretty certain that once I've gotten to about here, I'm actually going to be able to get away with not having another frame here till all the way until around about here. Because this is where we get the change into the new positions and so on. So, it is gonna be a little bit of a effort saver, I think, to get it in place. What I do think I need to do though is, yeah, I'm gonna put those in place and then I'm gonna come back and shade these ones. And shade these layers that have not got it in place yet. Let me just make sure that I have got tablet sensitivity. Yes, I do. Great. So we're going to start over here. Thank you. Copy. Yay. So we're going to start over here. Go into our main folder. I've already separated out the pink hair highlights. Now what we do is we hide our line art, we hide our shading, we hide the body base and the expression, because it is going to use the vector lines as borders, which we don't want. Also going to hide this, which we don't want. Clear. select, okay. Then grab white base, grab 2 multiply layers on top, show everything again, because now it doesn't need to be hidden anymore. Cut, come down here again, and paste, move the pink hair highlight to the top, and show the pink hair layer again, come back up here, invert the selection, put a mask on, select, reselect, expression, put a mask on, and we don't need a mask on the coat on this one. Okay. And that is the process, and there are only a handful of those left which we need to do. So yay! So number next is going to be number 17B. So first things first, hide the body base, coat, and expression. Hide 2 multipliers, hide the lines. Grab the pink. No, first hide that layer. Clear, grab the pink. Okay, grab white base, grab our multiplies, cut, show, come down to this layer, paste, move our highlights on the top here, invert our selection, come back up here, the mask on the body base, select, reselect on the expression, put a mask on there, select, reselect, put a mask on the coat. Okay, that way it's not going to clip through strangely when we show it. Okay, and number next, let's just hide that again for a second. Come over here, expression code, body base off, inks off, lapse, lapse, I don't need those right now. Hide, grab color, show, grab those 3, cut, and then 19, paste, move that one up to the top, invert selection, come over here again, body base, mask, select, reselect, expression, mask. It's not clipping the coat, so I'm not going to need to put anything there. Great. What was that, and can I ignore it? It looks like I can ignore it. Whew. Okay, I could ignore it. Great. Next, we're very close to having gotten through all of this. Hide. Hide that. Pink. Show. Grab U3. Cut. Now to number 20. Paste. Move the highlight layer on top. There we go. Come back up here. Invert. Body base. Mask. Select. Reselect. Expression. Mask. There we go. That can go away. And then next, hide those 3, hide those 3, select the color, reveal everything again, here we go, grab U3, cut, and paste. Move this one on top. Okay, invert, come over here, body base, flip, select, reselect, expression, flip. Alright, next over here, almost at the end, hide those, grab you, show everything again, grab you 3, cut, and paste, highlight on top, invert selection, come back here, body base clip, select, reselect, expression, mask, yeah, what I want to do. I'm gonna need to do a little bit of repair work. Oh man. Because those pixels are going to annoy the living daylights out of me. Oh boy, okay. Last one. Hide those. Hide you. Hide you. Okay. Show you guys. Cut. Come down here. Paste. Move pink hair up. And on this side, I'm gonna go here. Let me just make sure. Yeah, I knew I did this stupid there. Invert first, mask on, select, reselect, expression, mask on. Okay. Show that. Put you all the way down there. Okay, now what I need to do is replace that hair layer in all of these. And then I'm going to need to do those masks. Brain having a massive fart because I'm trying to make squishy boots more squishy and movable for Life 2D. Ooh! You want to make squishy boots even more squishy? How much squishy are we gonna get? Oh my word. I don't know if anyone is ready for that amount of cuteness in their lives. It's going to be insane. I know I'm not ready for that amount of cuteness to move. I'm looking forward to it. I plan to make the rig very bouncy and squishy indeed. Ooh. is gonna be epic. Ultimate squishy. Almost there with the replacements. And when I've got the hair sorted, then I'm gonna come and fix expressions. I think that's the next thing I'm gonna do. Yeah. Come on, paste. Thank you. And last one. Okay, now we come all the way over. Yeah? Grab that. And what I want to do is I want to go expand selection by 1. Just give ourselves some space. And select, reselect, Control Shift D. Okay, is that what it is? Okay. Mask. Control Shift D. Okay, let me just move myself so that that's an easier thing to put together. Grab. Okay. Control Shift D. There we go. Control Shift D. And again. Come on, grab. Thank you. There we are. And the masking is going well. The masking is going well. Yay. Nope, undo. Wrong layer. Getting there, getting there, getting there. I'm trying to get through the tedious parts a little bit, so that I can have energy for final touches later in the week. I really want to be done with this week. Because next week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, I will not be able to stream at all. Because of IRL things happening next week. And it is unavoidable, so there's that. But firstly and foremostly, we have a hydrate. So everyone, get your nearest safe for consumption beverage and take a sip. What's everyone having? Fresh coffee, yay! Oh, nice and toasty and warm and really comfy. I love the coffee. Whew. Joshua, hello. I hope you're doing well. I am doing well, and it's good to see you. How goes in your iteration of reality? I hope that Monday has been treating you kindly. It goes well, but it is hot and I drink all the water. You know, when it's hot, it's a good idea to drink all the water. I realize that it must be incredibly trippy for you guys to see me fangirling over warm coffee when the majority of you are probably all in the Northern Hemisphere. And it's going into summer now. Oh. Best center, please. Oh, I wish. I have to drink my coffee iced. It is how I like it, to be honest. You know what? That is fair. That is fair. Iced coffee is also fantastic. There's this one action comic on Webtoon I started reading, called The Air. Brutal mafia type story, actually. But, it, has a main character who kind of got raised by Italians, because reasons. And, he became a coffee snob, and in recent episodes, the dirty look he gave an iced coffee was just the most hilarious thing. And I don't know why that just popped into my head, but it's like, I could just see this character's face just giving the iced coffee a disgusted side eye. It was just kind of funny in my head. I don't have time to be that snobbish about coffee. I'm gonna offend him real hard. Yeah, I know. For me, the best coffee is the coffee in front of me. I ain't got time to be snobbish. As I want to weep when it's more sweet than coffee. If it is literally a dessert with a slight coffee undertone in a mug, then I'm slightly saddened. Because when one has coffee, wants to have coffee. But in terms of temperature, you guys know I forget my coffee for an hour at a time if I'm not careful. So I'm used to having cold coffee. I shouldn't be, but I am. That's yeah. Such is life. We do what we can. We move along. I'm not the biggest coffee guy, but I just need something to wake me. Yes. Yeah. I will be honest, I've never actually been given a pick-me-up by caffeine ever. I'm just not wired that way. So for me, I just have it because it tastes good. Now, if I'm lucky, this will render out in such a way that we'll actually see the glitter. It's just rendering the playback range, just waiting for a little blue bar to creep across the screen. And go. Okay. It's something. It's glittering. But I'm going to need to clean up my masking. I'm gonna need to clean up my masking because that's gonna bug me. And I'm probably gonna see. I'm probably going to need to do another thing with our glitter. To make whatchamacallit, it more believable and less like it's just moving. Which presently it is. The last time I did a glitter thing, it didn't have this many held frames, so the part that the colors clipped to was moving an awful lot more, and you couldn't actually see that the little flakes were just moving really quite so clearly and explicitly. You know what? I can mask like this. I can mask like this because why? I'm not dealing with something that is going to move visibly above here. Almost through it. Okay, now here I need to grab wait, wrong color. Okay, there we go. Now what I want to do is I want to see, in terms of my keyframes here, what have I got options wise? Okay, I can keyframe layer opacity. Fantastic. So what I want to do is I want to go every milliseconds. Okay. Okay, now if I come back here. Ross, that should just be out real quick. Let's see, how does this going to behave? How is this going to behave? Where are my glasses? Okay, so let's keep the pattern going. Okay, and at this point it'll no longer be visible, but let's just put it in either way. And then on this side, it needs to be the exact opposite. So, yeah, that's going to be on 0 opacity. Add keyframe, put that on 100. Add keyframe. There. Opacity down. Add keyframe. Opacity down. Add keyframe. Opacity up. 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 Wait. Come on. And last one. Add keyframe. Opacity down. Okay, let me just collapse this a little bit so that I can see more of what I'm doing. Rendering playback range, let's see. Do I need to pay attention to this? 1 second, while it's still rendering. So something's still not right. By long and a ways. Okay, so I want to try this here quickly. I'm going to grab copy, paste, delete that one. Let's try it again. I know I'm zoomed in more than what anyone was actually going to see this thing at, but I just want to check it. It's better. Do I have a 0? Yes, I do. Yay. Another check. Just want to make sure. I've still got a masking issue that I need to resolve, but if if I can get this glitter to move believably. That's better. Now, what I need to do is I need to come back here and I need to check my masks. Because some of them have errors. And I cannot deal. Okay, that works, that works, that works. Unless... Unless. I actually want to compress this a little bit more. Make the sparkle a little bit sharper. So let's go delete those. Let's see, is it still... tweaking our layer opacity? Yes, it is. Okay. So 0 and 5, so this one is going to be that's 100, 0, now I've got to keep my wits about me. Here, that's 100. So here it needs to be 0. That one needs to be 100. That one needs to be 0. That one needs to be 100. That one needs to be 0. This one needs to be 100. This one needs to be 0. This one needs to be 100, yes. This one needs to be 0. This one needs to be 100. Undo. This one needs to be 0. This one needs to be 100. This one needs to be 0. This one needs to be 100. Undo. This one needs to be 100. This one needs to be 0. Next, 100. And 0. Come on, drag, thank you. That one needs to be 100. 0. Needs to be 100. And thereafter, it's ignored. Okay. Same happens down here. Those. Delete those. Now, that one is 0, then the next one needs to be that. Wait. Firstly, visible. Visible would help. Okay. So that one then needs to be capacity 100. Come on. There we go. Then you need to be 0. You need to be 100. You need to be 0. You need to be 100. You need to be 0. You need to be 100. Needs to be 0. 100. 0. 100. 0. 100. 0. 100. Almost through. 0. Come on. Right, thank you. 100. 0. 100. 0. 100. 0. 100. 0. 100. 0. And that's it. That is that. Awesome. Okay. Let's see. Hopefully this will work. If we are lucky. Now, just waiting for it to render out. That looks more glittery. That looks more glittery. I'm happier with that. That actually looks like glitter now. Yay! okay. Happiness is. Happiness is. Okay, so that's a victory. Which means I can now collect those, because I'm not going to be using them again in a hurry. Now let's go and look at our expressions. But we have a hydrate, so everyone grab your nearest safe consumption beverage and take a sip. And that's the end of the coffee. Just like that. Alright. Now from here, I'm gonna need to hide. Here and pink hair. Okay, open expression. Oh no. This one is good. Sketch on. Okay, from here. It changes shape. I'm going to remove the mask on the expression. Is there a way to, yeah, I'm just gonna move this up top here for a second so that I can hide it a little bit more readily. Nope. All right. Okay, now I need to check what's happening over here. Okay, I see what I've got going on here. I see what I've got going on here in my layers. Okay. Come over here. Grab that color. me show my video again. I want to see. And natural color. Yeah, I'll come back to the full, come back to full eyelashes after. Clear it, copy it, because why? I need to duplicate that into all of the expression layers because they are missing those. Zoob, thank you so much for the follow. Greatly appreciated. Welcome in. I hope that you are having a wonderful Monday so far. Welcome in, welcome in. I do not know if I am supposed to pronounce the XII in your name, and if so, how to do so, but thank you so much for the follow. It goes greatly appreciated. My name is Harriet Citadel, avian alien sentinel VTuber, perpetrator of creative chaos, general maker of things, and currently working on a stinger animation for a client, which is tantalizingly close to completion, but it's still going to take another couple of hours of work. By a couple of hours, I mean anything up to 6, probably. Probably more than 6 though. I think this is going to be a 50-hour animation to make. We're currently sitting at 42 hours and 34 minutes of production time. But we're getting there. We're making good progress. All things considered. And paste. Move you guys up. Well, you're good. I usually go by Zuby. Okay, Zuby. Okay. That is easy to pronounce. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoy your stay. We are in a general productivity mode. A lot of my streams generally are like that, so if you have your own things that you are being productive with, we encourage collective productivity here. And I have hydrates that go off on a timer every half hour, so you will get regular hydration reminders here. So if you want to hang out, work on things, and so on, I hope that this will be a place where you feel comfy to do so. Let's see, I am almost done copying the layers that I need into all of the expression folders on all of these frames. Yay, your art is very lovely, by the way. Thank you very much. I am glad you're enjoying it. 3 frames left, 3 frames left. Tantalizingly close. Ah! 2. Last one. For now. And with that, we have everything where we need it. Yay! Okay. So now we can come back to okay, now I can see what's happening here. I should hide the white base that I can see. Like so. Hide the hair layer as well. Eek. Yup. Still not it. There we go, that's better. Hide the hair again. Nope. That works. Hide that. Hide that. Very, very close here. The embarrassment in this expression is mounting, which is exactly what we want. Aye. Almost got it. There we go. Hold up. Okay, so this is the final form on the expression. Okay. Which means those actually can go away again. Now we can come over here and start doing our color fills. Starting with the Slayer, because it's the hardest thing to see. And the only thing that doesn't have a line on the boundary providing its shape. Okay. Now I want to come over here, and I just want to see how I did my colors here. So that was all on the base. Okay. So now that goes away, because I'm not going to use it for a minute. Hide that. Area scaling off. Hide. Alright, now let's see. Grab that. Grab that. And you were... Is the one that I used to... Shade 4 was dark, shade 3 was light. Okay. Undo. A little. Normal color. Normal color. There we go. There we go. Now. If I'm not mistaken, eye highlight was just normal white, yes? Yes. Almost got these all in place. Okay, now black, and I need to have our hair base color, which is darker one of those. Cool. Onion skin away. Now we come back to our white base. Pull those. Oi. Over here. Roll the lashes. There we go. Pull the brows. Come back here. Pull the brows. Pull the lashes. I see I've got an issue with my slur here. That needs to be repaired. There we go. Pull the lashes. And pull the brows. Okay, now I need to go to there, grab that, put the edges on my glasses frames. Ooh, this one is still missing. Add that color. Okay, so undo. There we go. Okay, nearly there, nearly there, nearly there. What is this blush color? Did I grab it? Yes, I did. Okay, so that is a hydrate. So everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage and let's take a sip. There we go. So we've got our two blush colors selected, great. Onion skin on, base color away. Those are not being used, so they can go away. They can go natural color. Let's select white base and just invert so that I don't accidentally do something stupid to that. brush. Actually, no, undo. Clear it. I'll put the white base above it because, wait, I don't have to think too hard. I should have actually put the nose shadow on the body base there now that I think about it. Or... Yeah, let me just reposition myself. Because changing posture regularly is important, it's healthy. The nose is actually staying pretty static. Okay, so then what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab those two, copy, delete, paste, paste, and there we go. That works. Repeat the process. Get rid of that one. Paste. And normal turns into through. Okay, hide the body base. That works. Okay, I think that one I'm going to just duplicate. So, copy those. Paste. Move that up. Delete those two. Paste. Move that one up. Delete those two. Paste. Move that one up. Show sketch. Okay. Over here, I'm just going to grab that color. That way. That works. And over here, we're going to add it. Put that in. There we go. Next. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Hide. Like that. Good. Over here. Hide. Fill. Show. Yeah. That works. There we go. There we go. Wait. Have I not got the nose and shadow? Copy. Delete. Paste. Through. Delete. Paste. Layer style through. Okay. That's the expression folder here, right? Show those. Yes, all good. Okay. That's the expression folder. Copy. expression folder and paste. And paste. And paste. And paste. Okay, now we show our body bases on these once again. Okay, we've got it. Pretty much just doing last visibility checks to make sure I haven't missed anything. All the glasses shine on everywhere. Yes. Okay. All right. Yeah. Grab that. Mask on. Nope. Invert. No. Invert. Undo. Invert. Expand by 1. And create mask. And previous 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 and create mask. And select previous and create mask. Select previous, create mask. Previous, create mask. Select previous, create mask. And we should be good. Should be good. Now if I show that again. Alright. Fantastic. So now if I drop this one behind again. And reassess. It's just going to take a second or 3 to render out. Okay, more than 3 seconds, but anyway, that's beside the point. Whew. Are we all holding out okay? Are we being productive? Are we surviving? Are we vibing? I'm not sure if I've got my particles on that glitter big enough to even be noticeable. I'm gonna need to double check that. Well, at least I've got the face pretty much sorted now for the main arc of movement. So, let me go to my list and check off what is now done. We now have... where's my list? Over here. We now have the expression shift done. We have the glitter done. So we need to do the shading on a couple of frames early in the sequence. There's 2 batches of frames early in the sequence that we need to just do the shading on. And then we can do, I think, the task of let's see. The next easiest thing is going to be fixing up and finalizing the shapes on the hand poses. That's going to be the next easiest thing to do after doing that shading. Okay. I'm going to hit the save button here. I think that would maybe be a wise idea. And I just want to check something really quickly. I want to go File, Export Animation, and I want to make it work in progress 13. And I want to make this full size. This is going to be 1920 by 1080. Okay. And I just want to see when this exports exactly if I'm going to need to change that particle size on the glitter, because if the particles are too small, they're going to get lost. And that would be kind of sad. Just a little bit. Okay. For some obscure reason, I see that some of the messages from YouTube did not pull through on my streamer, but what? Let's see what's going on here. I see that messages on YouTube did not pull through to streamer, but why? Partially connected. YouTube, broadcasters, not connected. Why? It signed me out, that's why. There we go, hopefully. Okay, hopefully we should be okay again. Hopefully we should be okay again. Let's see. Almost done exporting the GIF. Okay, let's just check to see if this particle size is big enough. Sorry, I know it's not going to look like anything from your guys' side. Just 1 second. Minimize you. Come over here. Professor Callahan. Stinger. Work in progress 13. Let's just see how that plays out on my other monitor. I just want to see. moment, it sort of looks like it could be mistaken for dithering, which means that the particles are not big enough. Okay. So, what I need to do then is I need to come back to... let me just go to a frame where we can actually see stuff. This one will do. Okay. So, what we have determined then is that that particle size is too small. So, what we need to do is we need to go and edit track, disable keyframes. Okay. And come over here and edit track, disable keyframes, hide that one. And over here, what we need to do is we need to grab our gray brush. Particle size needs to be, let's try 3. Clear that. Unflip. Nope, that ain't it. Why? Because my sleeve hit buttons again. First with sleeves keeping on hitting buttons. And that is still too small. So let's try 6. 6 looks more viable. Okay. Okay. Then on this one, clear it. Also, it should give us a little bit of a different spread there. Okay, so enable keyframes, that should put those back on. Edit track, enable keyframes, that should put that back on. Okay, now let me just export animation again. I just want to check how that responds. Replace version 13, 1920, because I need to see how it behaves at full size. Exporting. Let's see how's this gonna behave. Just a crazy person. Hello, welcome in. How goes? I hope that Monday is treating you kindly. Are we there? Are we almost? No, halfway exported. Halfway exported for checking. So close. Yeah. Almost done, please. Thank you. And now we open it up. Wrong file. Open it up and check. Oh, that is definitely more visible. That's definitely more visible. Hold up. Let me show you guys what I'm seeing now. Let me show you guys what I'm seeing now. No, not monitor. Okay. Let me just go over here. Click the screen. And turn on our crop mark. Okay, make it 100%. Okay. And now, if I hit the play button, it should just take a second to render out, and we should see how this is going to react. Our hair glitter. I hope it's now not too much. In which case, we split the difference. Or maybe reduce the opacity a little bit. Oh, it's definitely looking glittery, that's for sure. More bedazzling than my entire existence. Wow. I'm happy with the particle size, though. I'm happier with the particle size. It's not going to get lost and confused for dithering. It's going to look intentional now. Although I wonder, if I look at this, if it even needs to have a movement track. Hold up, does this even need a transformation on the movement track? Unclip. Unclip. Hide our crop mark. Come over here. I don't actually think that it needs the movement. It's just unkey the position because it doesn't actually need that. I don't think. And that's a hydrate, so everyone acquire your nearest paper consumption beverages. And let's take a sip. While I'm letting that render out and play again. That's looking better. It didn't need the movement track, it just needed to switch between those two. Okay. Now I want to see if I turn the opacity the entire thing down to like 70. Wait, did I just break something? Did I just put a key on somewhere? Yes, I did. No, undo, undo. I put that on A. And that on B. Now try it. Let's see how this is going to behave. Let's see, let's see, let's see. Come on, are you going to render? Would help if I actually hit the play button so that it would take. Here we go. Yeah, that's better. That's better. This particle size is good. It was just a little bit too loud previously, but that looks good. That looks good. I can roll with that, I can live with that. Okay. Our glitter is glittering. Our glitter is glittering, the world is at peace. Oh! Okay. I'm just observing for a moment. Okay. Collapse, collapse. Collapse the pink halos. Let's come all the way over here. Because you are amongst those that need help. Effective immediately. So, first things first, we're going to grab our this color. We could actually have the light brush selected, but it wouldn't try and grab the whole layer. There we go. Come over here. Show our linger colors and those. Hide the white base. Over here. Hide the pink hair and the glitter because it's just gonna get in the way for now. Alright. Okay, and on this layer what I want to do is I want to hide the darker one. Felix, hello, hello, what's good? I see that we've got the specs on today. Yeah, we've got the specs on today. I feel responsible for my eyesight this day. I probably shouldn't do that. Shh. Oops. Yeah. I did not have the guts for contact lenses this evening. But anyway. Anyway. How goes? How goes? We have been productive so far. We've got glitter! Everywhere. On pink hair now, so we've been productive. And we are now just going to quickly do some shading. What I am going to do though is I'm going to grab those two and unput those and just hide our white base for a second so that we can refer. Wait, what's this story now, huh? Okay, there we go. To everything you see here. Yeah. And here, what we need to do is we need to grab both of you and just put you in the finger colors as well. There we go. And it would help if I were not in the pink hair layer. That would explain why I am going to have issues. Was he always blonde? Yes, indeed. He was indeed. He has a combination of blonde and pink hair. Yeah. Like, mostly blonde, but he's got these pink highlights that are currently hidden because I am likely going to be using my full bucket very soon, and the pink hair is clipped with glitter and I do not want to fight with pixels in glittery madness. If you curse in enough languages, they will listen. Trust. You know, I would very much like to avoid cursing in all of the languages. I would kind of like to avoid cursing in all of the languages, because that means I'm mad. And I prefer to not be mad. I molded enough in the last stream. But let's talk about it. It's good to see how it goes. Eek. Oi. No. Okay, that can go away, that can go away. There's issues there that can get repaired. There we go. How was your day, guys? It's been pretty good so far. So far, so good. No complaints on my side. But yes, as for everyone else, going well. I had a great stream last night. Work was productive today. This week is going well. Oh, that is fantastic. That is the best news. That is the best news. Let's see, is that it? No? That doesn't make sense either. That doesn't make sense either. That's gonna be the best. I'm gonna get it. Okay. Yep, undo. Now, in the world of video games, there's been an absolute explosion of games news this week because of Summer Game Fest. Yeah, there has been a lot of stuff out there. I'm trying to figure out where to start with checking it out. Yeah. It's wild because I am a non-gamer. And yet, for some obscure reason, I'm following a couple of game devs. So I have a recommendation for a wishlist if you're interested in a comfy game. But that's, but beyond that, all of the big crazy knows I'm completely out the loop. But I've been following the development of this one cozy game, and it looks super cute. We did a Skyrim stream the other day, right? Yes, but that does not necessarily translate to me being a game streamer, I don't think. That was me taking a break. More than anything else, I think. A little part in the back. Yeah, no. It was just a wee bit of self-indulgence before the grind that is my current state of existence. Okay, let's just hide that for a second so that I can just get my bearings again. That ain't it. There we go. Okay, now... Nope. What got you into VTubing at first, Rhea? Well, funny story behind that. Well, you see, it was summertime, about 3-4 years ago now, and I was a facecam streamer, and at the time my work station was in the family common room. But being summer in Africa, in the tropics, my brother, bless his soul, was melting. And unfortunately, he happened to walk behind me through the line of sight of my camera while I was busy streaming, shirtless. And basically I got scared to say, oh no, I do not want to get a Twitch TOS bonk because of my brother and his attire in summer at home. So I very quickly threw together my first model and started that way. That's the fastest you've ever seen anyone switch into PNG tubing. It was kind of hilarious, actually. Scandalous sibling, yeah. Nah, but like, he's a polar bear, so he melts in summer. Like, he legit melts in summer. I feel so sorry for him. I'm comfy, he melts, it's bad. But yeah, I think before that I wasn't actually exposed to VTubers at all. I was vaguely aware that such a thing as a live 2D model existed because I was following a lot of cosplayers at the time, as I was more interested in that. As a, if I'm not going to be illustrating stuff, okay, what other creative crafting hobby type thing is cool? And I was following a bunch of cosplayers. And it was just before this one cosplayer I was following ended up changing his content into something I was not interested in. But he posted a live 2D model on his Instagram page, which I thought was very, very curious. It just kind of tickled something in the back of my head that he had made himself a model, or had a model of himself made, and that person turned out to be Mizuna Aki. So, yeah, Aki 1.0 was the first live 2D VTuber model I ever saw. And it was a long, long time before I realized, oh, okay, so that's where he's gone and what he's up to now. So, okay, cool. It was just before he started doing more not safe for work content though, so I was not interested after a while. But yeah, I have no idea what his content is like now though. I also have since stopped using Instagram, so there's that little detail as well. Is this another repair work, or are you just working on something else for the animation? We have finished repair work. Now we are filling in gaps. We're now filling in gaps. The little bit of repair work that I had to do to get to this point was just separating out the pink from the hair layers, which I have done a while ago now. Oh well, we're already 2 hours into the stream. I did not notice that. Whoopsie. But yeah, we managed to get that done relatively quickly. So then we could move on straight ahead to actual progress, which is nice to move on to actual progress. Nope. Nope. Okay, now what we do is we pull in as much as we can at this point and make sure that we've got everything that we need. Is that it? On that side? More or less. Okay. Now, pull those in. Hear that. Would you say you're a heavy sleeper or a light sleeper? For me, I think I switch between both depending on the situation. I am such a light sleeper. I am a pathetically light sleeper. When I'm in my shallow sleep cycle, it is like you can breathe in my direction and I wake up. And yet, if there's a thunderstorm or I fall into my deep cycle, the roof could fall on me and I would not know about it. Ria, my sister flew out today on her first solo trip abroad. Wow, I'm a bit nervous, hoping all goes well and she's alert. What kind of advice would you give to a sibling traveling alone? It depends on the kind of traveling that you're doing and for how long. But as someone who has traveled alone abroad before, just keep your head on a swivel. Like that's the main thing is, if you're going to get into public transport, make sure that it is a registered public transport. And it's not like a fly-by-night taxi, because that's the one where you find yourself in a shipping container. And yeah, just keep your wits about you. I don't know really. It depends on the context. If she's going to be staying with friends, if she's got a business appointment that she's going on, or what the accommodation planning is like, etc., etc. All of those are major factors in terms of how you handle your travel. Do you trust Ubers? No, I don't. Personally, I do not. But then again, I can't say that I've actually used that much in my country either. If I need to travel somewhere personally, I either get a lift from a family member or I use a shuttle company. But like, it depends on the country and how its individual transportation systems work out. Like, for example, I know that in Mauritius, the buses are like amazing. The buses are safe. You don't have one of those local Uber alternatives? No. Well, I think we do. I just don't trust any of them either. I would honestly prefer a private shuttle company that's only got like 2 cars and the driver is the owner of the company. More personally, but that's just me. Because at that point it's it varies depending on the country and how your systems are put together. If you see that you've got yeah, I'm skeptical of big networks with people who can just register. So, I'm a little bit skeptical of those. Because the same person can just disappear off the face of the earth and then there's no accountability. And no way of tracking, okay, who was the last person to actually see you if you go missing. That's my personal feeling. But if you can trust tram, if you're going to a place where there is a tram system or a bus network, basically, if those things are functional, make use of those. If they're not functional, or you see that there is a good deal of the population that avoid it, when in doubt, trust the gut of the locals. That would be my major thing. And if you're looking for cheap food to avoid the tourist traps, find out where the locals are eating. Find out where the locals are eating, because it is insane. They quintuple, or whatever the word is, for like 5 times the price as soon as you have a foreign passport, or if you're in a tourist area. They load the prices. Because if you could afford international travel, you can afford to pay 10 times more than what the food is actually worth. In the minds of retail. And where's my onion skin settings? Tourist menus? Yeah. Tourist menus are scary. Where is my index? Yeah, okay. Previous frame, I want 0 on the previous frame. There we go. Okay. I'll take note of if I ever travel, I'll make use of the public transit. Yeah, but once again, it depends on what kind of public transit it is, and also where you are going. Like, you can trust a train in Japan. I would say you can trust a bus in Mauritius. I would be very hesitant in South Africa to just somehow get on a minibus taxi. That I would be a bit hesitant about. Personally, I would not do it, and I am a local. If you are in the Netherlands or Belgium or somewhere up there, the trams are good. Or at least they were last I checked. But that's also been quite a long time. But yeah, it all depends on where you're going. It all depends on where you're going. The best thing you can do is ask a local of the country where you're traveling to, if possible. Fortunately, with the VTubing space and so on, that information is an awful lot more accessible. Because there is a massive number of international VTubers around. For me, public transport is usually a time versus money thing. Yeah, it's also strangely a cultural issue as well. Like, for some people, public transport is like the most normal thing on the face of the earth. For me, it's very much not. Where Cyber Boots is, public transport and public in general is safe enough for literal 7-year-olds to commute alone to school, which to me is wild that it's not the norm everywhere. Yeah, for me that sounds like utopia. Like, you can walk places? What? Like, there are people who can get away with it around where I live. I'm not in the right demographic for that. I would end up as a colander and spaghetti sauce in a ditch somewhere. You can take that as you will. Yeah. If I had to try and commute alone, if I had to try and go to my own local grocery shop alone by foot, oh my word. I cannot imagine that ending well. But also, once again, depends on where you're going. Specifically, where in the country you are going. Yeah. Unfortunately, I'm in one of the places in the world that's got a really, really high crime rate, like street level crime rate. So yeah, those are things that are alien to me. How old is your character-in-law, if that's alright to ask? She can't remember. Like, basically what happened was I crash-landed on somehow I woke up in an escape pod in an unfamiliar place. I couldn't remember squat. And I had very little information to go on regarding well, firstly, who or what I was. The only records I've got from wherever I'm from are the user manual for my wings and my escape pod, which I can't fix because there is a ballista bolt through the main power unit. So I can't fix that. And yeah, so based on what I can tell, I'm probably an adult according to my biological aging. I have no indications that I am not an adult. But exactly what I am, exactly who I was before I arrived at Fort Misthaven. Now, I have no clue. And yeah. You got isekai by Isekai Truckun, can't deny my headcanon if you can't prove otherwise. Well, pretty much, basically. I don't even know, because apparently where I stay, it's this place that's, I just said it, it's called Fort Misthaven. It's basically this fortress in the middle of a really misty moor, and basically all of these portals show up in the mists. And weird stuff comes out of the portals, and you can very easily get sucked into the portals and never be seen again. So there's no guarantee that if you get pulled out through a portal or get sucked into one, that you're ever gonna go back to where you originally came from. So it's wild. It's like really wild. So I don't know if I actually crash landed the escape pod from space, or if one of those portals just happened to open up while I was in space and the escape pod just kind of flew through a portal and flung me out here. I don't know. I do not know. I do not have a memory of that. All I know is that I got a little note that said something along the lines of, don't think too hard and live on. That is all I know about who or what I was. That's all I know. So, I'm a forgetful burb, but I'm fine with it. Who I was doesn't matter if I'm just focusing on living forward, right? I mean, it's not like I can go back to wherever it was. It's not like I can remember anyone from back then. Thinking too hard is just gonna make me sad. So cryptic, so many mysteries, so many questions, indeed. Like, where are the cookies? Where are the cookies? That is one of the great mysteries that I want to solve. Calix, are you a future seer or just watching this in times 2 speed? Imagine you've had a cat waiting for you at home. Okay, but if I was an escape pod, that means I was traveling at a really long distance, most likely. And if I had a cat at home, I would really be upset to leave the cat at home for such a long period of time. That would make me sad. I would probably, if I knew I was going to be traveling like that, I would want to take my cat with me. I hope my cat wouldn't have gotten motion sickness. Then there's only one other answer. The cat died wherever you were escaping from before you could do anything about it. No! No! Why do you do this to me? Poor unknown cat. I'm sorry. Cat of unknown designation. Boots has murdered you. And I don't even know if you exist. No. My characters think the same thing when I write their stories. You know what? I can believe that. I can believe them. Okay, so that's this one. Next, that needs shading, is this one. Did I just hear a meow from Harriet Citadel? Yes, you did. I do that surprisingly often, and I don't know why. Like, I legit do not know why I meow. It just happens. Maybe it's an alien accent thing, I don't know. It just comes out naturally. I'm 90% sure it's part of my alien accent. Okay, next. Now, here. Chat reversing together this puzzle. I mean, sure, if you want. There we go. That works there. Nope. Another theory, you are the alien catbird, and you left your owner behind to die on your home planet because the food was not presented on time. You know, that is also possible. That is also possible. Or the food was the wrong flavor. It's also entirely plausible. Ria, do you ever dabble in any niche hobbies growing up, like Pokemon cards or something? No, I didn't. Hobbies are expensive, and the African economy is brutal. So pretty much I had drawing, or drawing. I think I picked up a book for the first time when I was like 12 to read. Yeah. I did not really do niche on these. I was drawing. Like it. Where's Harriet? Drawing. What's she drawing? Dragons and wolves and dinosaurs. That's what she's drawing. Dragons and wolves and dinosaurs. Did someone say Pokemon cards? Yep. Yeah, that's one of many rabbit holes I never fell into. I can say quite with a lot of certainty. Keith, were you talking about the on-screen chat delay when you mentioned future seeing? Probably. Probably. The other week I pulled Team Rocket Smolters from the newest Pokemon card set. Oh. I can't say I know enough about Pokemon to comment on that, but the way you say it makes it sound impressive. And probably like a lot of gacha luck. It's they're among the most expensive cards from that set right now. Wow. And the artwork is sick, so there's that. Okay. Interesting. And yeah. Insane gacha luck, wow. Undo. Loki, I wanted to get my model up and running so I can stream Pokemon card openings. I'm deep in the rabbit hole of collecting cards and I'm too short to get out. Oh, too short to get out the hole. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear, that sounds like a predicament. That sounds like quite the predicament. Speaking of predicament, let me just let Chaos Cat out of the room before he causes one. Yeah. Okay, Chaos Cat is evicted by his own request. Thankfully I caught it before he decided to start destroying things. Okay. Let's see. I just want to get my bearings. I need to grab this. And paste. And place. And scale. Here, unclip, and onion skin. Just want to grab my sense of scale a bit better. Okay. Grab that. Okay. Onion skin off. Grab those two. Clip. Grab. Wait. What's going on here? Like the connected pixels only. Yes, that will help. There we go. Okay. Now I can switch that back on, and I can switch that back on. That's collapse and collapse, because that one is now sorted. Okay. And save. The save button is tedious, but it's fine. Okay. Now I'm talking about the live chat on YouTube. I've seen that you made a chat before it appeared on screen chat and before she even answered, so I was wondering. Yeah, so the thing is that the on-screen chat is a little bit delayed, and the chat that I'm reading off of is a little bit delayed. Because both of those are handled through StreamerBot. Because I have not got enough real estate on my screen to actually have Twitch and YouTube's stream chats directly before being fed into StreamerBot on screen. So yeah, I am responding to the slightly delayed version before it gets broadcast out again. Yeah. So yes, it is normal for what you guys see in chat on your local platform that you're using to be a little bit ahead of me. That's totally normal. Also, sometimes I'm just hyper-focusing and kind of forget to look up. I'm thinking. I am very, very quickly, before I come back to do the shading on this frame, going to quickly acquire more coffee. Because we have been streaming for just under 3 hours. And, yes, that is going to be the plan. I'm going to come back with coffee. And then we are going to continue this shading. And I think the next... Oh, it's like you read my mind. Thank you so much. Oh, I was just about to get it. Thank you. Thank you. Surprise delivery! Thank you. I don't need to stand up to make coffee anymore. Although maybe stretching my legs ain't the worst idea under the sun. But anyway, okay. There's that. Okay. We'll take it. We'll take it. Give it a couple minutes before I stand up. Okay, so now here what I want to do is I want to also expand this one, hide the white base. And on the layer previous, I also want to hide the white base and put those in linger color. Okay. Onion skin on. I love this song. It's been so long since I last listened to Pico. Yeah. I wish I could say I was more familiar with his work. I kind of stumbled over this one by accident and also just absolutely adored it. But I've got a couple of Pico songs in my Chaos playlist, I think. I know I have his cover of The Lost Ones Weeping in my Chaos playlist. I actually also think that one's in my Parkrun playlist. Oopsie. I have no idea which ones of these are pink anymore, so I'm just putting the markers down on everything. Okay. Something like that-ish. Something like that-ish. And that's the hydrate. So everyone acquire your nearest safe consumption beverage and take a sip. Fresh hot coffee! Woo! Okay, and onion skin off. I'm blue. Yeah. Temporarily. Let's see. Now, at this point, you still can't actually see anything on the inside, so I've got a lot of leeway. Actually. No. Paint it. Is binging shows normal? At what point do we consider it an addiction? I suppose it is normal because it's kind of like consuming a story in its entirety. I would consider it an addiction when it interferes with your ability to do literally anything else in life. Like, if binging shows is just like your only form of entertainment, then that's maybe its own problem. But like, if it means that if you are binging shows and you legitimately are failing to perform normal everyday functions because you're too busy watching shows, then that's a problem. For context, the show is 100 episodes, impossible to do a one-nighter. Okay, that is fair. Still, like, if you have the time for it and you're doing like 6 or 8 episodes an evening, because you're planning it that way, then sure. Goodness alone knows that there are some weekends that in my household, my brother and I actually actively plan, okay, this particular Saturday, this particular arbitrary Saturday that is not this Saturday coming on the 14th of June. It will not be the 14th of June, but on an arbitrary Saturday we are going to, say for example, start rewatching Clone Wars, because that's one that we would rewatch. We're not going to be able to finish all of Clone Wars in one day, but we might know, okay, we're going to start it on this Saturday, we're going to watch 10 episodes, okay, probably closer to 20, probably closer to 20. That's going to take us the whole day, but we've planned for it. Yeah, then that's fine. And you know that it's going to be okay, we're going to do this for the next couple of weekends. We've planned for it, it's okay. But if it's interfering with your ability to do other things, not quite so okay. Ooh. Error! That would have been awful to miss. I would binge all of Space Brothers in one day if I could. It's got 100 episodes, but I would make it work. It's so good. Yeah, but how long are the episodes? It's anime, so 24 minutes-ish. Yes, Calyx, what's up? You never corrected me. I've been calling you Ria this entire time, but it's actually just Ria. Well, I mean, it's not an incorrect contraction, so I mean, I suppose you could contract it that way. I'm not gonna judge the spelling. Like you have not any idea how many chaotic spellings I have decoded in stream chats already. I am not petty about my name being misspelled at this point. But Zany, hello, welcome in. How are you doing? Good to see you. I just saw it in the description. It's okay. No hard feelings. It was a valid contraction. It was a totally valid contraction. Okay, so I think that is almost that one sorted. Now we just need to put in our t-shirt graphic. So copy that, come back here, and paste. And scale. And I think I'm going to start by placing that way. I'm doing alright. About to start a session of D&D. Jealousy incarnate right here. Oh my word. I hope you have fun. I hope you have so much fun. Otaku scientist? Yes. Otaku scientist. Legit, that is his bit. Otaku scientist stuck in a basement. Ooh, and this one also needs it. This one also needs it. Have I still got it in my... Yes, it does. It is. Okay. Rotate like so. It's gonna get hidden by the cropping, so it doesn't matter if it looks completely disjointed right now. By the masking, I mean, sorry. Okay, so now we apply the mask. And... bring that down like so. Unlink the mask. There we go! Okay, now show the pink hair layers again. Just so that I can get a sense of where we're at. I can now take the layer color for these ones because they are shaded. Okay, show those again. And check. Okay, so they still need blonde highlights. Those three still need blonde highlights. Okay. That's what's missing still. Before I can call those layers done. Those frames done. Okay. So we come over here, we grab our blonde highlight color. Come in here. Add blonde highlights. So. Make it make sense-ish. Fill, 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 fill. Here we go. And make normal. Here we go. Next. Collapse, collapse. Next. Blonde highlight. Up here. Nope. There we go, there we go, there we go. And normal color. Okay. And this should be the last one. Collapse, collapse, open, open, back here. Okay, that's those three. I think that officially makes the first arc of movement pretty much done. Okay, so let's check. Behavior check. Ooh, copy while this is happening. Rendering playback range. We're getting there. We're getting there. So it means that only on the flop down into our held pose do we still need to do hair highlights. And I think shading in general. Yeah, shading in general on those three. And then we can do finger posing. We should be able to finish it this week. I think we're definitely going to be able to finish it this week. Goals, 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 goals. I just want to check something actually. I just want to check on VGen. Something very, very quickly. Hold up, hold up, hold up. Just want to make sure. Okay. No new replies on that. Okay. Okay, okay. Okay. Happiness, happiness, happiness is. Slowly but certainly, we are making good progress. We're making good progress. So now what I want to do, is I want to come all the way back to, I think it's these. 1, 2, 3. Yes, 1, 2, 3. Should be only 3. Yes, it's only 3. Okay, so these are the next ones that need shading, but before that I am definitely going to need to get up and make a turn at another room in the building or something real quick. And then we will continue with adding shading to these 3. Woo! Progress, progress, progress. So I shall see you guys very, 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 very soon. In the meantime, enjoy the music and the time lapses. Right, we are back. 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 Okay. Hopefully I didn't give everyone a jump scare. We're here. Okay. We return to shading. We return to shading. So we are here. And first things first, we are going to put those on multiply layer, not darken, and unclip them. Hide the white base layer, and do the same on all three of these. Okay. So that when it comes to our onion skinning, we are not going to get confused out of our skulls. So that goes away, that goes away. Those two get unclipped. Like so. Open, open. And put those in Gengar colors. There we go. And now let's see how much I can actually see what I'm doing. Okay. This is indeed in the correct layer, yes. No. Let's just pull that up there. And like that. Oh, there's a line here that's broken. I'm gonna skim off for seconds so that I can see. Yikes. And that's a hydrate. Everyone, acquire your nearest safe consumption beverage and take a sip. I know this looks really chaotic. I'm struggling to see what's happening on screen too. Okay. Slowly but certainly we are getting somewhere. I'm not happy with that. Okay, like that. Okay. I think that's it. I think. Okay, so now we come in here and pull in all of these. Nope. Let's just reduce that close gap because it's driving me insane. Okay. There we go. Okay, that's that. Next. Switch that off. Hey! No? Okay. Oh. Okay. And I'm getting the color and down. There we go. And that's that one. Next, it's gonna be you. So now this one is ready for when we get to in between number 13. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Now. Ooh, thumb cramp. Ina! Ina! Thumb cramp. Yo! Let me just deal with that quickly. Hello there. Have you guys ever gotten a thumb cramp before? It's a very wild feeling. Considering the rest of your fingers, all of their, or the majority of the muscles that control them are in the forearm, it's wild that the thumb is so prone to complaining when it's in its compressed position for too long. I can understand it, it's just tired. Okay. So, first things first, let's go to onion skin settings. Okay. That's good. Yeah. 15. Unclip those two. Is that right? No, clip those two because that's in the hair layer. I want to be in the body base layer. I want to unclip those two. I want to hide that. And I want to put those in ginger color. And I want to hide that. Okay. Now, this is going to be an absolute chaos mess, so let's just see how this goes, okay? Shall we? This is going to just be a total chaos fest. But first, let's just go onion skin settings and just take off the previous frame because I do not need that blue that is going to confuse the living daylights out of me. Okay, then here, this is going to need something like that. Almost got it. I think that's it. Okay. Yeah. There we go. Okay, we've got it. Now, pull in these. Almost there. Okay. That works, that works. That one. I'll hide that for a second. This one I'm done with, so that can return to normal. And here, onion skin on. Works. Something like that. Okay. Pull there. And skin off. Okay. Switch that on again. Natural colors. That again. Opacity. Okay, and then skin off. Okay, now, in-betweening. Again! But this time I need to see both, because why? We've got to blend. So let me just switch the previous frame on. Okay, and this is chaos. So, first things first, let's hide the big one first. Let's hide the big one first. Okay. So this is gonna be green is where we're going, blue is where we've been. Something like that. That, okay. I think we're just about there. Wait. Okay, undo. Why? Because I was in the wrong place. Alright. So that's that one. Hide it. Next, we're going to do the light blue. Okay, onion skin on. Now, that is a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safer consumption beverages and take a sip. I'm not happy with that line. Okay. Now we come back here. And we fill in the gaps. I still haven't got it right. Reason number 571 why my wife is awesome. She puts my beer in the fridge before I even think I want a beer. Aww. Well, to be fair, that is where it ought to belong. If it is not in one's hand, it ought to be in the fridge because, it is not something that likes being outside in summer. Well, it's canned and the apartment is air conditioned. That is helpful. That is helpful. And I suppose individual circumstances allowing, not all fridges are made equally, and there is only so much space in a fridge at a given point in time, so prioritization is, I suppose, important. Usually we only purchase it for a special occasion or something. So, it will not actually last in the house for very long. Usually we can just put it in the cooler box and then be done with it. Without it necessarily taking up actual real estate. Yeah, I try to not let open beer exist for very long. 5 years in front to creation. Yes, especially if it's your lager type things, especially. Like a dark ale likes to stand because then the flavors can breathe and talk with each other and it gets nice. But a lager or a white ale, that must go away very quickly. Like if it lasts 10 minutes, it's been too long. I feel like this needs another differentiator here. Just so that we get the sense of direction change. So we get the bony structure, the front of the shirt, transferring into shade. It's more right. natural colors. And flip. Show. Flip. And return to natural colors. Last one. Show. Grab, flip. Show. Return to natural colors. Yes, it wanted that frame to just have a little bit of light still catching on the front of the shirt before it goes into shadow completely. Makes it make sense. Okay, now we go and we grab our t-shirt graphic. And paste. Let's go. Something like that, okay. Just drag that down a little bit. Scale. Flip. Paste. Move it this way. Okay. That's that, and paste. Move you this way. Okay. Hide it. Select. And mask. And hide. Select. Mask. hide, select, unhide, mask, clip. That works, okay. Hide this. I want to add. There we go. Okay, we're getting there, we're getting there, we're getting there. Now we just need the hair highlights. There we go. Natural color. Okay, number next. Yeah. There we go. And then we still need to do the shading on the pink layers on these frames. Before I can call them done. I still need to do the eyes on here. I still need to do the eyes. There. That's going to be those two. Copy. Paste. Flip. Clear. Copy. Left. Paste. Okay. Now let's grab those two colors real quick. So that we can just do our eye detail. No. Clear. Okay. And oh, you know what? I'm just gonna make them do their thing. Go. Ooh, and I still need to do the shading on the hair flop over the face. Still gotta do that. Melted. Okay, save button is probably a good idea right now. Are we already 4.5 hours into stream? How did that happen? What? When did that happen? What? How is it already almost midnight UTC? What? When did that happen? When did that happen? Whoops. Whoops. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pull this up a little bit so that I can just reorganize this again very briefly. But I can do these pink layer shading things. Okay, now here. That's gonna be something not entirely dissimilar to that. There we go. And this becomes a multiply. There we go. And here. Okay. And multiply. And this needs highlight color still, so that we can read that quickly. Then here, like so. Fo. Citrina, thank you for the hit packs. Welcome in. Good to see you. How goes? How goes? Thank you for the hit packs. It goes well. How are you? Hey, I'm doing well. We've been productive. We've had successes. All in all, I've got no complaints for this day. I had pie for supper that I made, which was tasty. And also a little victory because I did not cook with the recipe at all. It's just a normal chicken mushroom pie though, so it wasn't like it was anything complicated though. Yippee! Yes! Little victory. Fun times. and that is a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest paper consumption beverages, and let's take a sip. Your timing couldn't be better, Citrina. I want to just check. I think here I can afford. To do this. Yeah, that looks more right. Okay. And now we collapse those two and flip down. And in our highlight layer, we add I have the best timing. Yes, you do indeed. Okay, we've almost got these ones sorted. And then I'm going to need to start adding forehead shadows. Let me just quickly add that to the to-do list so that I can't accidentally forget it. Let me add that to the list. Here we go. And it is task title here. Forehead, shadows, put them in that category, create. Okay. Progress. Right. Now, what is that? Can I ignore it now? I can ignore it now. Okay. Next is 14. Let's stop. Highlight their change just to keep everyone on their toes. And here. Full and full. Now I just want to come over here quickly. Oh, I know what's going on here. I know what's going on here. Nope. Okay. Let me grab that color again. And make it natural. Come over here. And fill, and fill, and fill. And make natural color. And put those two down. There we go. Is this what all the artists call cell shading? Yes. Cell shading is actually based off of the entire animation process because when we were stuck doing stuff traditionally, every frame of an animation had to be painted onto a glass cell. And what would happen is that we would use clean lines, paint those layers on, so that you could actually tell easily and cleanly where all of your shading was before you put on your flat colors over the top before it gets photographed to actually get put into the film. So yeah, it's called cell shading because it comes from animation cells. Okay, I think that is all of our highlights on our pink hair layers. I think that should now be all of them. Is it? Scrub. Okay, we're there. So now, what we need to do is on these frames, I want to just quickly add the crack in the glasses from here. You want to add the crack in the glasses. And let's take pure white here. And actually I want to undo all of that. And I want to duplicate that. Put that on top. And clear it. film, like so. There we go. No, that's fine. Collapse that. Come over here. I'm gonna put this back here. Now what I want to do is I want to grab that. And I'm going to go copy. Delete. Paste. There we go. Error to correct over here. Copy. That one. Paste. Grab those. There we go. That smile is so cute. It is. I'm very happy with how this particular smile came out. It's very joyous and cheerful and wholesome. Okay, now we copy both those. Apollyon Live, hello, welcome, and thank you for the raid. Greetings, everyone. My name is Harriet Citadel, avian alien sentinel of VTuber, perpetrator of creative chaos and general maker of things. Good to see you. Apollyon, hello. How was your stream? Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in, welcome in. Hello, hello. Hope you had fun with whatever it is what you were doing. Hoi! Hello! And let's see, paste. Okay, and I can remove that because it doesn't need to exist. There. And that moves up. There we go. And here I just want to grab that. There we go. There we go. There we go. So almost got everything. We just got to add in these last couple of packs to these lenses. Paste. I'm going to take this, I'm going to shrink it and put it over here. Anyway, I gotta raid and run, so have fun with what you're busy with and with art and be good chat. Okay. Thank you so much, Apollyon. Good luck with what you need to go do, no stress. I appreciate it very, very much. Good luck with your things. Rest well when you get to it. Sometimes you just can't remember what's actually still in your clipboard, and then it's panic. Trying to remember if it's still there or not. Okay, so now what I want to do is I want to go... Get rid of that one. And paste. Down like so. Okay, we've now got the glasses cracks in place on everything up until we've got all the glasses cracks in place. Okay, we are slowly but steadily making progress. Yay, happinesses, happinesses, happinesses. Okay. I should now be able to put the pink hair back behind the glitter. Again. And collapse. And let's see how it's faring. We should be very close to having the blushy. The blushy. Big blushies. Mega embarrassment. But it's working. I think it's working. Let's just put that on again. So we can see the glitter everywhere, the blushies are complete, the crack in the glasses is in place. Everything has a shading layer, it looks like. I didn't see any weird jumps there. I might need a third glitter layer just to make it not so predictable. But if I do that, I'll do it another day. So it's really only the forehead shadows, connecting the arms to the shoulders, the finger postures, and obviously the landing physics, because these hands are lacking the landing physics because I had to replace those layers. So let me add that to the list as well. Repair landing layer, sleeve physics. Crack lens, check. Unique frames, shade, check. Create new. It's on the list for later. Alright. Slowly but steadily we're getting there. It's so good, yay! Yeah, I'm happy. We are, if I'm very lucky, we'll actually be able to finish this week, which would be great. Because Monday through Wednesday next week I won't be able to stream at all. And I will not be anywhere near my computer those 3 days. And I really need to make sure that I get as far down the line as possible, because the actual deadline for this is like the 8th of July, but I want to allow headroom because I don't know what the next couple of days is going to bring, and I want to have at least made significant progress so that if there are any disasters, which I sincerely hope that there won't be, but just in case, I just want to give myself a little bit more time. Okay. I am happy. So I am going to stop with the stinger for this day because I think if I try and do any other more points on it, I'm going to start messing up, which I do not want to start doing, messing up. So I'm just going to quickly export our final version of our work in progress 13. Can you believe it's been 13 work in progress files already? Wow. So that I can send that through to the client. And hopefully, that will go smoothly. And after that has exported, I'm going to open up Apollyon's character design so that we can just clean up the sketch. Ready for final refinements on that. Because that'll be cool, as if we can get that behind us as well. I know that one's only got a deadline in August, but that's including a reference sheet. So, we want to lock down the details as soon as we can, in a way that everyone is comfy with. Okay, are you almost done saving? Yeah? Yeah? Cool. Fantastic. Let me just open this up. No, is that the right one? Yes, it is the right one. Okay. So now that's opened up. And this is saving. Yes. Waiting for save to complete. And while that's busy saving, let me just go send the update, because while live communications are a thing here, apparently. Okay, put this down here. And attach file. Permissions. Grab your folder. Open. FPS stinger, work in progress 13, open. Added glitter to the pink hair. Finished. Closing the gaps in the shading in the first second. Added the remaining parts of the expression. Slide into embarrassment. And that is a hydrate, so everyone, acquire your nearest safe consumption beverages. And let's take a sip. There we go. Still waiting for the save to complete, good grief. Yes, save. Why? Because that was the autosave that was wanting to complete. Go. Okay, fine. We'll take it. Added the remaining parts of the expression, sliding to embarrassment. And was that everything? Okay, that was everything. Still waiting for the thing to finish saving. Message delivered. Okay. Almost done saving. Almost done saving. It's taking a small eternity. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Surely it should be fine, right? Surely. Okay. Almost there. Almost there. We're at like 95% saved. Okay. We're at 99%. Surely it shouldn't take forever, right? Surely not. Surely not. Come on. You can do it. Finish computing. Computer. It is literally your only job. Is to compute. Please. Oh. It's not like I'm asking you to make coffee. And we are 5 hours into stream officially. And 46 work hours into the stinger. We've been working on this thing for 46 hours. And 15 minutes, technically, but yeah, 46 hours. Yeah! Okay. So, we have got feedback regarding color choices for Apollyon Live. So, that's what we're going to quickly work on number next. So, first things first, let's open up a new canvas. Like that, should be good. Yeah. Grab, what's in base color 1? Or do I even need a... Do I even need a new canvas for this? Riff sheet, yes, soon. For now, we're just quickly locking down the last details. Or proposing the last couple of details, so... let's see, what's this one? Okay, it's that. So, let me go copy. What's this? That can stay. Copy that lot into the new canvas. Paste. There's going to be so much that is going to need to be moved around, but that's fine. Okay. So I can now move things around. So first things first, this should be reference details. So let me just grab this. Put you up there. For now, temporarily. Just want to grab that information, like so. Okay. Grab that information. Nope. Pull you down. Okay, actually grab all of you, pull you a little bit further down still. Because I'm going to want to put a note up here. Base color 1, I want to come to our skin. And we're grabbing color 2 because that's what was decided, so we're going to say that's locked, yes. Fill in base color 2. And put that in normal mode. And fill. So, yes, that's right. Okay. Because color set 1 was actually pretty much on point there, so now I want to play Final Fantasy XIV. I guess now what I'm playing when I get home. I've been wanting to play it again for so long. It's just... I really wish I could buy it on prepaid play hours that don't expire instead of on a month-to-month. I really, really, really wish I could just buy prepaid hours, because I don't have known, okay, I have 30 hours this month that I can dedicate to this game. Imagine how many more people would be able to consistently play if the hours were prepaid and not on a month. Like, if you only have like 6 hours in a month that you can play, which for working people is not unusual. If you have 1,000 users buying 6 prepaid hours in a month, then you are probably going to have those 1,000 users who are going to then be able to buy prepaid hours for probably 5 months at a time. That's 5 months of consistent, not losing the player, rather than having people who just kind of, they start it and then they just fade out because they can't keep up with the subscription. Like, if you have to have a subscription model, I do not like having it on a calendar month for software. A calendar month on software is bad because you can't be sure what your usage is going to be like. Like, it's a different thing when it's an asset like a vehicle. Then in that case, yeah, sure, 100%. That's on a calendar month, because you gotta know it's in your possession for that duration. But like, eesh. Just organizing my information and thoughts at the same time. Is that supposed to be top of the head to the moon? Was top of the head to the waist times 2 is... Top of the head to waist is same as waist to knee, yes. Okay. So that is the majority of this information. So now what we need to do is here I'm going to separate separate these out. Save me a lot of headache. So now those are all in their own folders. Now here my glasses, what I want to do, let's see. All this inks. Transfer that down. Now those are all on the same thing. Now here, I want to add a note. I'm going to grab that color, so it's an easy color to see. Let's see over here. Let's go with let's start with 10. Okay. Set opacity there. Okay, 10. It's a little bit too pale for what you mentioned you wanted. 15. 20. 5. 25. For now, that's for my own reference. Now, things that need to be locked in. things that still need to get locked in place are the shapes of our padlocks, the shapes of our chains, the shapes of our zipper toggles. Then, let's go with... Let's just do this. Make it slightly smaller. I can afford to make it slightly smaller. Okay. So now I've got all of the space at the bottom of the page that I can use for other things. Change position. Okay, so let's start with padlocks. Let's start with our padlocks, I guess. Okay. There we go. That'll do the trick. That'll do the trick. I'm happy with that. Then. This is a very, very basic one. Lurk, I shall join you in work mode. Okay, Citrina, thank you for the lurk and best of luck with your tasks. I assume you are still very, very busy in your preparations for that which is coming soon. Wishing you all the best with that. Okay, yeah, and it makes me panic, but I'm doing the best that I can. You will be a-okay. I am 100% certain of it. I can basically tell, based off of our interactions, just how much work you've put into this and the support that you've gotten in it, and I think that you are going to do amazing. So, if you feel like you're about to panic, stop, breathe, don't think too hard, and enjoy the moment. You got this. Okay. Will do. You got this, you got this. Okay. Now what I want to do is I want to copy, paste. And duplicate. Okay, now, next version is not going to have this at the bottom. It will have the keyhole. So, and then the next version is not going to have notable underside. And we're going to start with a rounded profile. Flip, clean, use the opportunity to try and introduce a couple of additional optional motifs. Considering that we are now getting into the smallest level detailing phase, Mm-hmm. Not gonna need that. Mm. Undo. And that's the hydrant. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe consumption beverages, and let's sit. Eek. Wait. Just want to get this in place. There we go. Yep. Now I can hydrate. trick. For now, I can focus on that more when I do, if we need to do any detailing. But undo, I'm not happy with. Look for that too. Okay. I love how we all just start dancing at the same time. It's a very danceable song, honestly. It's an amazing song, yep. It is indeed. Redness on here. Very more yellowiness. Open Spotify to listen to it once more. Go for it. Oh. I mean, you wouldn't complain, I don't think. People have roughly rendered metal-ish. I feel I can pour a little more of that warmth in here. Okay. No. Okay. That. Grab that color. Okay, and in here. Right. Okay. options on padlocks. Then we need chains. Okay. That's chain option 1. Chain option 2. Let's throw in a wild card. That will do the trick, that will do the trick. Yes, yes. Okay, now duplicate, top one, comes down like that one. Okay, those two. All right, there we go. Then 1, 2, and 3. There we go. So that is change shape. Then we need to look at zipper toggles. So let's come up. Start by building a zipper. Okay. Okay, then next. Something like that. Okay, that works. That works, that works, that works. Okay, option 3. Let's go with something more. Let's see. Not a one-off birthday though. I don't know. Right. And that is another hydrate. So everyone, let us grab our nearest safe consumption beverages and take a sip. Mm. Let me see. It looks like... I just want to open up my information chest here quickly. Yeah. Okay, so now what I want to do is I want to take my glasses notes, move them down here. And I want to take my wing posture notes and put them here because I'm not 100% sure yet what he wants to do with that. Put those up there for now. Because everything up there we're more or less comfy with. Okay, let's go. Take that off for a second. Hide that for a moment. And I just want to grab that. I had a look. At the sketch and the main quote unquote that still need to be tied down. I just want to duplicate this. Pop that in the one question note. Pull this down. Match. Okay, that base color, want that. I want that skin color. Hide that. Show base color. Grab that. Lock. Alright. So now I can hide that. And I want to go in here. Move that just a little bit closer in there. Okay, now I grab that again. Screenshot. Cool. How do I look at the unknowns that still needed to be tied down? And these were the ones I could identify most readily. Additionally to this, I have the following questions. Just put that in there and then just grab that. But additionally to this, I have the following questions. 1. Would you like the interior lining of the jacket to have some sort of pattern? 2. Is there any motif shape you can think of that you would like to include as a recurring minor element, i.e. stars, diamonds, chevrons, circles, etc. that can be used to further lock in a bit more of a brand and give graphic designers something to latch onto. I tried a couple of fun fact motifs Where grades 8 point star diamond editors. To give you a few ideas to bounce off of. Okay. I think that is about what I can do on that one for now. Ooh, cute boy. Yay! Yeah, he is turning out rather nicely, I think. I got good references to work off of with this character design, so now we are literally just tying down the last couple of details. So literally just the last few little unknowns that we need to tie down, and then we can put him on a reference sheet. And then one day he's going to turn into an actual VTuber probably, which is gonna be cool. It's gonna be fun. I actually want to see. Hold up. Did you just do this? I've been working on it on and off the last without the week. What I did after the animation was I just copied the layers that we selected the colors from in, so that we could just focus down for the next step, which is the cleanups. So this is where we had ended. This was... I can't remember what date it was that we last worked on this. But we gave the color options. And the client, which is Apollyon Live, who dropped in on chat briefly and raided, he liked the color choices from number 1 and the skin tone number 2. And then I just had a few little last things that I wanted to clarify, because we hadn't really discussed those minor details really in close proximity, and that's all of this information here at the bottom. So I did make a note regarding the wing postures in our discussions, but at the time no clarification was given whether he wanted them to specifically be tucked in on the head wings, or if he wanted them poking up. So tall, is the head supposed to be that small, or is that just like one of your style choices? It's actually pretty normal size given the proportions of the person in question. So I think it's over here. Hold on. Have I still got a sketch layer here? No, I don't. I need to go back to the other one. I need to go back to the other file. Hold up. Open. Let's go. Where are you? This is Apollyon Live. That's that one. Design. Okay. Large icons that I can see what I'm actually working with. That's the one I'm working with. Like stylistically, I do tend to go for a bigger, more mature style. I think this is where I've got my base sketch. Looks about 10 heads tall. Let's actually verify that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 by my measure. 8 by my measure. Because if I just hide all of those, that's the base sketch that I worked off of. let's actually measure it out, because I'm now have no idea. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, okay, 9. 9 to the 9 to the heel, if I've got these placed properly. If I go and then put those aligned center like that. Wait. Delete. And I go merge, 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 merge. Okay. This is obviously just super rough. In terms of physique, the brief said 6'2" lean build. So hence this particular proportional choice. In terms of head size relative to shoulders, it is pretty close to what you'd expect on a real human though. So the smaller head does make them look tall, and considering the person is 6'2", I guess it makes sense. But yeah, these were the original iterations that we worked with. And then based off of that, we extracted the parts that we liked. Save as. Let's go. Let's go. I just want to rename this. Iterations. Assembly. This is gonna be. This is going to be refinement. Save. I really like those 3. I like number 3 too. It was also a nice one. I'm probably going to recycle some of those features in future character designs, because what does not get used, it's sad if that gets kind of lost to the ether, so. I also like 3. I enjoyed number 3 as well. Okay, so I think we are just about there. But it is now 1:30 in the morning UTC. And that means that it is time for me to end stream for today. We have managed to get an amazing amount of stuff done, so I am really, really happy. That things actually, you know, progress nicely. We got a lot done on the stinger animation. We got refinement details, thumb sucked out for Apollyon here, and that's great as well. Interestingly, at no point did he ever question my decision asterisk about the size of the wings. So there's that little detail, eh? All good there. Like, I think it would be really cool, like super, super cool. If this can get drawn in a way that these wings can articulate sort of like mine do, I think that would be amazing because, come on, feathered wings that are actually like that just look so good. And I mean, with actual organic looking wings like this, it's gonna look even better than mine, like guaranteed. 6 hours every time you stream? Pretty much, yeah. This is, like I say, this is my day job, so it's just a normal full day's work. It's like a normal day at the office, basically. I mean, I can think of worse days in the office, right? I can think of way worse days in the office. Been there, done that, no thank you. So yeah, I'm happy. We've done a lot. Yeah. I average between 5 and 7 hours. Thank you for giving us so much of a time, Ray. You're truly a trooper. Hey, I am glad if you guys enjoy your time here. And if you can do cool stuff in the background at the same time, hey, bonus points. Nice. Vibin'. So, yeah, that's where we're at. That's where we're at. I hope you guys had fun. We didn't break our brains today, which is a nice change from... I believe it was, what, Wednesday? Thursday? I think it was Wednesday last week. Thank you for streaming. It's always nice to hang out in here. Oh, I'm so glad. I'm so glad. I mean, we're all here for cozy vibes, productive vibes, hydration reminders. And I really appreciate you all spending your time with me. I know it's not an insubstantial chunk out of anyone's day, so I really appreciate it. Brain intact? Let's go! Yes! Yes. I feel I am ending stream today not feeling like I have charged headfirst into a brick wall. And that is a nice change of pace. From yesterday, not yesterday, last week. That was a little bit hectic, but you know what? It's par for the course, it's part of the job. Not every day at the office is going to be an easy day at the office. But it's paying off. The little frustrations are paying off, it's looking good. I'm happy so far. Hopefully, Professor Callahan is happy as well with the animation, because that's kind of important, is that the client is happy. And yeah, I'm thinking, if we manage to get the stinger animation done this week, I will be such a happy camper. I will be off my bracket happy if we can get it done this week. It is still up in the air about what may or may not be happening on Thursday next week, which is about the only day that I know for a fact that I can stream. Depending on surrounding circumstances. I might be able to do something on Friday earlier in the day than usual. I'm not gonna hold thumbs about it because but yeah, maybe. Saturday, depending on how things go, also might be wild. Saturday might be wild. So I'm not gonna make any promises about that. I think there's actually a rugby final on Saturday. That my family might want to be watching, and that's gonna be chaos. So yeah, there's that little detail. Are we doing good on rate of progress? We're doing really well. We are. It's one of the current Stinger Animation Commission is currently, as far as our count goes, pouring into it among the longer ones. it is currently sitting at about 45 hours. I think the longest one that we've worked on stream here has been, I really need to actually put this on a spreadsheet so that I don't need to go and look at all of them every time that I want to check how many hours I've spent on the stinger animations. Animation tab, let's go. Now I forgot whose one took. I will need to open that one up again because I forgot to put it on the VGen listing. Ashy Slashy took 39 hours. Terraries took 33 hours. Elixir Stravenheart took 58 hours, okay. That was probably one of the longest ones. Leandro Lapin took 26 hours. Bryce CBT 39 hours. So yeah, we're pretty much par for the course here. Mayaneru 44 hours. Mishbad 27 hours. That was actually pretty fast. So yeah, we are pretty much in line with what I'm expecting. Wait, I'm now curious. How long did I take on Now I forgot to. I need to actually capture that and put it in the VGen listing. In the VGen not listing, portfolio thing, blah. Let's go, grab it, stinger it, clip. Yeah, you track your stats, like how long you work on something. When it comes to the stinger animations, I do, because it's useful, yes, for pricing purposes, but also so that people can have an idea when they're looking at the examples in the portfolio, how long I'm actually pouring into these things. So that they know what it is that they're paying for in terms of my hours out of my life. And they don't feel like they're just kind of throwing money into a void. Oh, shucks, this was 66 hours. Flaming Skies, this was 66 hours. Oh. Oh, Flaming Skies. I should write that down. Portfolio. Animation. Right. Time taken. 66 hours. Publish. Flaming Skies. Although, you know what, I'm not surprised by that, considering that this particular one... I'm not surprised by that, considering that this particular one contains liquid physics. So I'm not surprised by that at all. And that's the hydrate, and I am actually out of water, so I can't even take that hydrate. Yeah, this one took... I can't believe this one took 66 hours. Actually, I can believe that this one took 66 hours, but... this one took work. I'm still really happy with it though. You ever take a step back in the middle of creating frames for an animation and go, man, I can see the hours I spent on this. This is looking gorgeous. Came out so well. I do stop every now and again to just remind myself that yes, this is in fact worth it. And I think every time that I stop to preview something and I am happy with where I've gone so far, I say a little thank you that it went well. Because it's definitely not all on my own strength when it comes to the 30th or 40th hour of the process. But like this one, I'm really happy. The 66 hours did pay off, but I'm actually gonna switch that off before it starts counting the preview time as more work hours. But yeah, it's difficult when you are the creator of a thing, because usually about a week after you're done, you look at it again and you see all of your mistakes and you see all of the things you wish you'd done better. But that's part of the growth process. Every single time. Every single time it's part of the growth process. And you hope that next time you don't make the same mistakes. It takes you a whole week. It takes me about a week to get over the burnout from doing the animation to look at it again. Which is why I try to, if possible, I try to mix up the kinds of commissions that I'm working on the whole time. So if I've got an animation, I want to be doing things like character design and live 2D things and illustration work at the same time, because that helps reduce the mental burnout of going through that very repetitive. You're looking at the same 80 frames, 80, 150 blah frames. You're looking at all of those frames over and over and over again for weeks on end, and you do get a little bit burnt out by that. So taking the time to just disengage thoroughly, recover, and then come back at it with fresh and newly trained eyes, it's helpful. Like, it gets better when you keyframe out properly the first time, because then the consistency is better throughout, so the number of things that can go wrong is smaller. So having good keyframes is really, really useful. But yeah, that's why I'll often just stop and just zone in on the thing while it's playing through a couple of times. And even then, still, some things fall through the gaps, so it happens. I think taking a step back is a good idea to identify those mistakes too, like you get to see what a frame is adding or detracting from the overall work. Yeah. And especially when you're doing this sort of frame-by-frame stuff, it's useful. Like, I think it was actually... No, it was on Ashy Slashy's Stinger animation. We had something in the storyboard that we were working on, but then when we actually started inking it out and testing it, we saw that it didn't actually work, so we took it out because it wasn't adding anything. And it was just making life unnecessarily complicated. Did the glasses help with brain retention? I don't know if they helped with brain retention, but they did help reduce eye strain, and that helps. I think the fact that I wasn't undoing previous work was a major aid to brain retention today, because the undoing of previous work last week was a little bit of a killer. Oh, thank you for the head pats, Katrina. Thank you. I appreciate the head pats. Yeah. But yeah, so all in all, I'm a happy bird, I'm a happy camper. We got a lot done. And hopefully we will have achieved victory by the end of this week. That is what I am hoping for. And I'm fairly certain we should be able to achieve it. I'm fairly certain we should be able to achieve it. Depending on what happens then, we might take another rest day on Thursday if we're lucky and manage to get done. Tomorrow and Wednesday, if we are very, very lucky, we'll be able to actually finish everything in those 12 hours goals. And Yay, I'm glad you're happy where you are. Yeah, I'm very happy you did great today. Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So yeah. If Thursday goes well, day how is the 6th. Yeah. If Thursday goes well, it should be... Oh, I lost a week in my calendar thinking. Oh, hello. I lost a week in my calendar thinking. Why did I think that... Why did I think that next Monday was the 23rd? Oh my word. Are you standing in your room or seated? I am seated, presently. Do I need to hold on to something? Am I gonna fall out my chair? Yeah. The back of my chair is really, really low. Here in my little office, so you can't really see it behind me, but yeah, I am seated. I am seated. It's a low back. It's a low back chair. Corner unit desk. But no, I am seated here. Nice and comfy. Yeah. My room decor is still pretty bare. Really. I have not actually gotten to adding anything to this room, now that I think about it. Ever since I arrived in Port Misthaven, I've basically not added any customizations to my room. All I did was ask for the green bed sheets. Put some posters on that wall. I'll get there. I need to figure out what posters to put. One of these days. One of these days. It's too squeaky clean. Yeah. Look, Erna does an amazing job of cleaning. I am scared of getting her angry, so I do my best to make sure that I don't leave stuff lying around. Yeah, Erna is my unit's cleaning lady, and she's amazing. But I don't want to miss her. I don't want to make her angry. Yeah. One day's one day you're gonna meet her. One day's one a day. But not in a hurry. Hopefully before the next 10th of May comes around, because I've still got to ask her very, very, very nicely if I can borrow a maid dress. And hope, like all things, that she's not gonna look at me like I am made out of, I don't know, grilled cheese and molten gummy bears. Which is a really weird combination. Which is why she would look at me weird. But yeah. Yeah. I don't know why I thought that next week was already gonna be the 23rd. So I've actually got a week in my calendar that I had not accounted for, which is suddenly making me feel an awful lot better about life, the universe, and everything. But yeah, all that aside, I am still on the hunt for new commissions for June, because, like I say, I want to be done with the animation come the end of this week. I'm imagining an animated lady walking in the middle of the stream and vacuuming up the carpet a bit and leaving without saying a word. Yeah. That's why I don't stream on Fridays, is because Fridays is when it's my room's turn to get cleaned. And I vacate the place. I vacate the place so that I can't possibly be in the way. That's why I don't stream on Fridays, it's because that's cleaning day in my room. Also, it's loud, because that's also when the maintenance staff out in the yard keep the lawns clean and so on. in between all of the different buildings in the barracks. So it's allowed today, environmentally. And then in the evenings, that's when all of us here kind of just bond and get reconnect and try to keep things in some semblance of order, except for those of us who happen to be on patrol duty that day, which happens every now and again. So yeah, we're a bunch of busy beans here in Fort Misthaven. Don't you worry about your stuff getting missing if you're not there for things like that? Not really. Not really. Like, firstly and foremostly, the only thing that I've got that's really, I've got any real personal connection to around here is my flight mobility gear, which is my wings and the accompanying boots. It's like literally the only stuff that I've got from home. Everything else I got here in Fort Misthaven, and half of it is assigned by half of it is assigned by the same people that employ both me and Ernest. So you know what, we're chill. We earn enough. We don't need to steal stuff. And if something goes missing on cleaning day, everyone knows only Erna would be in here. There's no one else who would take it. So if there's a case of theft amongst the barracks, it's usually going to be dealt with viciously as well. So even amongst everyone else, amongst the staff who kind of live in the same block as me, we are actually all on the same team, most of us. But let's just say the last thing you want to do amongst your teammates when you're fighting big mean nasties out in the mists is have your teammates mad at you, because they will shove you into a portal and you will never be heard from again. Erna is a beautiful name. It is. It is. And she's cute. She's got this adorable little bunny ears. But it's Gatmore. She when she gets mad, it's vicious. Like when she smiles just so, you know, oh no, you messed up way too much. You messed up way too much. Oh. Yeah. No, but Erna's lovely. Erna's lovely. I thought maybe you guys knew her. But all of that aside, I actually need to go now because I need to see if I can if I can actually grab something to eat quickly. How's the feng shui in this room? I'm not actually sure. There is well, the door that you see behind me over there is separated from the bed by that little paper screen. Then opposite the bed, you'll see that there is a little couch and a little seating area. Then there's my desk here in this corner. And then next to me on that side, there is a sliding door out onto a little balcony. But there is a curtain, so that's closed up for privacy. But yeah, considering that this is pretty much just a basic living quarters with a little bit of a working desk, it's pretty straightforward and separated as best as possible. If you see this little wooden thing here behind me, next to the door, that is actually a enclosed walk-in closet type thing, and you can't really see the entrance because it's just behind that little long mirror next to the entrance to the walk-in closet, but the door to my bathroom is right there. So the bathroom is in that little zone. And as far as anything eating related is concerned, that's all happens downstairs. So we've got a common dining area. So yeah. Yeah, but I do not actually know enough about Feng Shui to be able to identify, okay, how quote unquote good is it? But yeah. I am not familiar enough with Feng Shui to be able to comment on stuff related to it. I do not know about it at all, really. I know it's got to do something with ergonomics, asterisk, question mark, what? But yeah, I think the people who laid out the room were basically just looking at, okay, if someone barges into the room because there's an emergency assignment and you are asleep, that you are not immediately compromised, you know? Ria, we need a pointing hand VTuber stream asset to point at stuff when we want to bring attention to something, not in Clip Studio. Yeah. It will probably need to happen. It will probably need to happen. It will... I will add it to my list. I will add it to my to-do list of an asset that I can pull in here. Or something. Like, I wanted to have, like, a cursor type thing that I could use. Like a custom cursor type thing, but, I couldn't get it to work in OBS the way I wanted it to, so I've got to come up with something else. Hold on. Maybe. Hold on. Have I think I've actually still got my custom cursor. Maybe if I pull that in as an image. Let's go. Cursor. Browse. Let me just load it up. It should be here. Assets? Surely it's in this folder? Yes. So, there. I should have this little cursor now. It's a little cursor, but it'll do the trick. Yeah. It'll do the trick. I'm still not gonna leave it up here when it's not in active use. Yeah. So that's the same shape that you'll see on the cuffs on my collar over here, and also the same shape that is on my cape jacket. It's the same shape. I forgot that I'd made this. Like, I actually wanted it to be a proper custom cursor, hence why it's in pixel art. I don't know if the scale is okay, but yeah. It's in full scale, so it should be fine. You should be able to see what's going on. It's really weird driving this left-handed, let me just tell you right now. Because I'm operating my mouse left-handed. Because I do not have a... whatchamacallit, I forgot its name again. Already. What I had in my head was you go invisible and make kind of just POV of your arm reached out and pointing somewhere. Yeah, I mean, that's possible too. This is just a little bit easier right now, because I don't have to draw it from scratch. But yeah. I'm gonna leave it right there, so that if I need it later... I'll leave it right there. So if I need it later... it's accessible. I like using my mouse left-handed. I'm still getting used to it. I only started using it lefty like a month or so ago in conjunction with my stylus for my graphics tablet in my right hand for the drawings things. But yeah. Yeah. Your idea is probably better and more logistical. Well, at least it's out of the way, and it actually almost looks like part of the It actually looks a little bit part of the furniture here. Now that I look at it, in terms of... It looks like it's supposed to be part of the overlay. If I place it just so. Yeah, if I place it like that, it looks like it's supposed to be part of the overlay. That works. I can live with that. Yeah. But I'm gonna give up on eating something before going to sleep, yeah. Because it is now 2 in the morning UTC. Streamer, is that part of the VGen logo? Well, the little grey thing isn't part of the VGen logo, but the little thing that looks like a funky G, yes, that is. Yeah. If you guys have anyone who is hunting for stuff and they need an artist for it, please consider throwing my name in the hat. Because I still have to fill up the queue for June. Because as I just mentioned a couple minutes ago, I am missing a couple of weeks apparently in my brain. I don't have commands. I don't have commands for socials there at the moment. So if you want to find those, you'll find them in the description of the video. Or if you're on Twitch, you'll find those in the panels. Or on my profile page, you'll find all of the major links to everywhere. So you should be able to find those all easily. I do not have the command set up that way. But yeah, sleep well when you get to it, Rhea. Thank you. Hopefully it'll be soon. I'm gonna just top up my water so that I've got something for when I wake up and feel immediately dehydrated, because I definitely did not drink enough today. Like, at all. Actually, I did not drink enough this entire week. Leading up till today. Yeah, it was wild. But we are hopefully going to manage that better this time. We need to stop talking so Rhea can close. Yeah, nah. Tomorrow, I know I've got a little bit of admin that's IRL or fine stuff that I've got to do. I've got to help someone out with a retirement party bunch of graphics. It's wild. So I've got to help a bunch of folk with retirement party graphics. It's not what I usually do with my obviously. That's not what I necessarily say that I'm the best at, but I'm the person that they know. So, yeah. I'm gonna help out a little bit, do a little bit of community service check. I do not know the people who are retiring from a bar, so... but it's fun, it's fun, it's fun. I'm gonna need to do that. That's gonna be between first and second sleep job for tomorrow. But yeah, if you know anyone who needs art, please consider throwing my name in the hat. Once again, this is my day job, and I need work. Nudge nudge wink wink, if you've got anyone who's specifically looking for illustration work, specifically of male characters, that is double bonuses. Because I really want to do more of that sort of thing, and I want to do a couple more full renders, because that is one part of my portfolio that is a little bit lacking at the moment, and I really want to do more of those. So if you know anyone who's hunting something along those lines, that would be really, really cool. Because I desperately want to actually do more of that sort of stuff. It's wink wink nudge nudge. Indeed, indeed, indeed. Because I do want to just flesh out more of that side of things, because it's not as long-winded a job as the character designs and the animations, which are lengthy processes. They can take several weeks, depending on the communications and exactly what we're doing. And reference sheeting and all of that. It takes some time to go through the process of iterating, confirming the details, etc., etc. So illustrations are generally like 2 or 3 days max to get done, depending on what exactly we're doing. So if I can do a couple of more of those, I would be a really, really, really happy camper. And also I'd like to do... Is VGen always in pound sterling? I have mine set to pound sterling, but literally the list of currencies is amazingly huge. So when you are looking at VGen, you should see at the top right hand side of your screen, there should be a little drop down that's got your currency in there. So you can switch that usually to your local currency. So you'll be able to see what it translates to locally. At the moment, I'm only accepting VGen payments. I'm not accepting PayPal payments via VGen. It is just one step too many in terms of administration to get all of the digital wallets consolidated in the bank account. I cannot afford a bookkeeper who can do all of that tracking for me. So I gotta do all of my bookkeeping myself. So the fewer accounts that need to consolidate into my financial spreadsheets, the better. Which reminds me, one of these days soon, very, very, very soon, I'm gonna need to go through my finance admin admin for year to date. Okay, I will need to do that. I need to tie a knot in my tail to do that before July. Okay. Well, that's a downer. I heard horror stories of PayPal refunding scams, especially with creators. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I've stopped kind of using PayPal, aside from the fees and the administrative consolidations. Blah. So yeah. And also PayPal kind of just yoinking your access, because if you were a small creator and suddenly you start actually getting traffic in your business, then they say, we're going to lock your access because you've got unusual traffic on your account. No, duh. It's because I've finally got a business that's moving. I'm not just going nowhere anymore. One commission every 2 years. Which before VGen existed, that was where I was at with commissions. It was tragic. It was bad. It was really, really bad. Like, I'm so grateful for VGen. It's the only thing that's been making this even possible, really. Suffering from a success, yeah. Literally, yeah. Insane stuff. Oh my. I said I was going to end stream 2 hydrates ago. Alright guys, literally I have to go now. So until tomorrow, or depending on where you happen to be watching from today, until later today, I will see you in a bit. I'm gonna go have my first sleep, wake up, make some advertisements, then go second sleep, set up the waiting room for tomorrow's stream, and then I will see you again at 1900 hours UTC once again. So thank you guys so much for being here. For everyone who has been lurking, I appreciate you. For the folk in the VOD squad, once again, I applaud you for sitting through 7 hours of this madness. Good night, rest well, and until next time, cheery bye.